Hello everybody, and welcome. Welcome to another Elden Ring stream. I hope you guys are doing well tonight. My name is Ristretto. If it's your first time here, then welcome in, and to those of you who have been by the stream before, thank you guys very much for coming on back tonight. I hope you guys are down to watch some more of our journey through my first Souls game here. I've had a rough couple days, and I don't know, just one way or another, just kind of feeling a little bit off, but I'm looking forward to playing some video games with y'all tonight, so that's what we're going to focus on, I think, and enjoy. But I hope you guys are all doing well. It's a Friday night. Hope you guys are relaxing, ready to have a good time. I'm going to give you guys some beans here and take a moment to say hello to you guys, and then we'll go ahead and get moving here. Hey, Nefutis. Welcome. Welcome, Full Metal Dragon and Ninja Frog. Welcome, Horfox or Civ. Welcome, Arbok and Lord Castellian. And welcome, Syphonia. And I think that's everyone who said hello. I hope you guys are doing well. Hey, Palmetto. Hi, Uchi. Welcome. Can't wait for Luna's dual blades. It's so confusing, people talking about Luna Garen as Luna when we have Lanastra as well. It's going to be quite confusing. I'm interested to see how the community at large decides to refer to those monsters in abbreviation. Should be interesting. Luna Kitty and Luna Wolf, that's just longer than Lunastra or Luna Garen. Still need to finish watching your Frontier VODs on YouTube. They're not going anywhere. Someday I'll get to go back and make some more Frontier VODs. It'll be a good time. Looking forward to it. We'll get to check out the other Garons. Luna Fire, Luna Ice. Those are still like close to the same. I don't know. I think that it'll be interesting to see how people decide to refer to those two. I've already seen a couple occurrences of folks saying Luna, and I get confused because it's not Lunastra. We'll see. Anyways, I'm gonna go ahead and start the game up here. Thank you guys for coming by tonight. We're listening to some Bolivian music at the moment. Been enjoying using the Elder Scrolls music as intro music for the streams as of late. On our last stream, our last VOD, if you missed it, we cleared the boss, or one of the main bosses, from the area of Caelid, which was the new area we were going to explore. We spent like, I was looking in the VOD as I edited it yesterday, we spent like over 2 hours, like almost 3 hours nonstop just going at the dude until we finally cleared it. Lunastra and Rise. If it is not in Rise or Sunbreak, then just saying Luna or referring to those games will not be confusing. Hello, Corey. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing well. Welcome in from Sheikah's stream. Yeah, finally caught me streaming. I didn't stream yesterday. I hung out in Sheikah's stream. I rested for a while. Hi, Rayo Zero. Good evening and good coffee. I'm actually drinking tea tonight. It was kind of late when I started and I didn't want loads of caffeine. But yeah, when we last left off here, we cleared a quite difficult boss down in that arena there in front of us. Did I beat the game? I have not beat the game yet. We beat our third main boss down there on that large desert island. Let's see here. Looked like you were having a great time when you finished the VOD the other day, so I don't think spending 2 to 3 hours on the boss is a bad thing. No, not really. I definitely enjoyed myself. I think I posted to Twitter right after that any boss where you can spend like several hours straight and still feel like you're learning something the entire time is a really fun boss. Thanks, Corey. I appreciate that. It's like one of the only hats I actually like wearing. All right, let's see here. Yes, we killed Star Scourge Redan here on this very dune. And we found a dungeon off this way that we're going to head to first tonight. Did I read his remembrance? No, that's something I've not done yet. Let's do that. Let's start off with that. We'll read the remembrance from Redan here. Remembrance of the Star Scourge. The power of its namesake can be unlocked by a finger reader. The Red Lion General wielded gravitational powers, which he learned in Celia during his younger days. Also, he would never have to abandon his beloved but scrawny steed. I had not seen that. But it was also he could keep riding his horse. Where's his great rune? Maybe we don't get his great rune until we've talked to the finger reader. That's kind of weird. We'll have to go talk to the finger reader at some time today. Hey, Wander. You gotta go to the tower? Well, I know that in order to use it, you have to go to the tower, right? But I haven't activated this one either. I haven't activated Renala's rune. I just don't have his. So I think I'm gonna have to talk to the finger reader back at the Roundtable hold first. It should be in a different section in the key items tab. I didn't see it. There it is. Radahn's great rune. You're right. Seek the divine tower of Caelid, which stands upon the precipice at the Dragon Barrow's shore. Renala's doesn't need to be activated because it's not a real great rune. It's not a real great rune? What? Renala gave her great rune to you, so you think it didn't break? Okay, that was never explained. That was never explained to us. It's what gives you the ability to respec. Yeah, I guess I thought that I would have to go and clear her tower before I was able to use it. I guess not. Interesting that her rune works differently, but I guess she didn't die. Maybe that's why. Alright, we were exploring this whole big desert area that we fought Radahn in, and we found over here... Hey, somebody appraised our message. We found over here somewhere... a dungeon. Different TVs will have different amounts of inbuilt input lag. Ninja Frog, yeah. I noticed that pretty hardcore when playing on like friends or family's TVs sometimes. Some games doesn't matter so much, but other games it's like, oh gosh. Alright. This is what we're starting with, is the War Dead Catacombs. I'm not sure what we're going to do. I guess probably just keep exploring Caelid. We didn't explore the area around this castle that much before coming in here and being the boss. I did it a little bit quicker than I thought I was going to. That's a lot of dudes. And they're all fighting each other. What the heck is this place? Who's on whose team? Alright, well, if you'll excuse me, gentlemen. I'm just gonna run on through here. Hi, Fog. Oh, no. Oh, no. I don't even know where I'm going. That did more damage than Radahn's! There are no teams, only death. Congrats on Radahn. Thank you. It was a really fun boss fight. This is a North Caelid teaser. Interesting. Well, excuse me. Excuse me, folks. Those guys look really cool. Some of the tall guys have really cool armor. Man, don't screw up the roll timing. Really don't screw up the roll timing. Just having some black tea tonight, not coffee. Yeah, that's the nice thing about the Switch is that if you are someplace where there's a display with like some inbuilt input lag, when you're playing alone, you can always just undock it and be like, I'm just gonna play this handheld. Your TV's fine, by the way. Don't worry about it. All right, he's shooting at another dude, I think. Yeah. Okay. Even the uncharged one. Holy crap. Oh, we deal like no damage. What? He didn't have a sword. course. Are we just running through this whole dungeon? This place is hell. I don't feel ready for this place. I think we're gonna have to come back. Just looking at the amount of damage everything's taking. Yeah. Those souls. Oh, 10,000 souls. Oh, that's not good. I think those 10,000 souls are gonna be forfeit. I don't think we can hack it here. Like, you powered through this one. Maybe later tonight. maybe later tonight. For now, I think we're gonna go exploring. When we last left off, we were exploring Fort Gael. And we hadn't quite cleared all of it yet, so I think that's where we're gonna go now. I could sneak back in, or I could just take the teleporter back. Why don't we take the teleporter back? You missed this until so much later, so you didn't have this experience of getting wrecked. I gotcha. Can you fight the boss in Castle Morn now? I already did the boss in Castle Morn. Like the one on the Weeping Peninsula? This guy? We did this guy a long time ago. Oh. I'm just trying to get to a warp gate. Oh no. Castle Redmane? This place right here, Fog? This is Redmane Castle, right? I thought we just did. I thought Radahn was the boss of Castle Redmane. Right now, as of right now, I don't really know what's up with this place. I don't know why sometimes it seems to have people in it, and sometimes it doesn't. I thought Radahn was the boss. Nobody has given me any reason to come back here yet. Did you try playing while drinking Monster or equivalent? I usually just stick to coffee. No worries, Vio. We haven't really done too much yet. I mean, I can see there's a new boss fog gate there. Did he just burn himself? Yeah, we're gonna come back here. Redmane has a boss before triggering the festival, but it appears after too. I never came here before. Yeah, I tried the Catacombs in the desert arena, Vio, and I have decided to come back to it some other time. There were a lot of dudes who took not much damage. So I really hate the feeling of running past things in Souls games, or in this game. Not like I've tried the other ones, but I really don't like the feeling of running past a bunch of threats and not dealing with them. Now, that being said, we're gonna run past some dudes here because we've already cleared these dudes a bunch of times, and I want to finish this castle. Oh, he saw me. See, like, it's a shock going from, like, two-shotting dudes like that to just getting dumpstered by dudes where you have to hit them, like, 18 times to kill them. Aw. So this is a castle that we've partially explored in the past. And we're going to go ahead and try and finish exploring it now. We were exploring it the other day when it warped us to Redmane Castle, where we just were running up the gate there. Goodness. But yeah, we've already been here. We've already been here, and there's a lion down there. That's like our last thing we have to kill here, I'm pretty sure. Yo, that damage though. Taking a break from Elden Ring tonight, you're in a really annoying catacomb and getting close to the end. End of the catacomb or end of the game? Hi, Brian. How you doing tonight? Welcome, welcome. That was just ooga booga damage. Yeah, it's interesting how those enemies that we were just killing and the enemies that we encountered in that dungeon a few minutes ago visually look the same, but in different areas they'll have vastly different stats applied to them. It's an interesting thing about, I guess, Souls games, but this game in particular. Yeah, we were very nearly killed by that guy. Okay, so we've killed the rest of the castle. I think what we have to do... Oh, it's not very strong railing. OSHA would not be pleased. All right, we can go this way. There's an item. There's some dudes down there. I think over here, yeah, there's a lever that'll open the gate. Right? That should open the gate below us. But then we can also drop down here. I don't think the lion can get us quite yet, although he could maybe if he noticed us. Let's see what's in here. There's a chest and nothing else. There was a lever. Qatar. What is that? Is that a dagger? No. Play with the kitty, we will. We'll deal with him. Or we'll try to. It's a fist weapon. Okay. Oh, and it's one of the ones where if you dual wield it, you get 2 of them. Uh-oh. I think it heard me. It can't get up here, right? I think it heard me. Imported dagger design with a rather unique handle. The blade can be swung about as the extension of one's fist. Skill, impaling thrust. Skill that lets piercing armaments overcome enemy shields. Okay. How about the, Wait. What am I doing? I'm stabbing myself in the head. Is there no... Oh, there's no, dual wield attack. That's too bad. No dual wield attack with these. Bummer. Alright. Lion time. Where's your double longsword? You can dual wield almost anything in this game. For example, this was one of the things we wanted to build for. The second I started the game, we found some of these weapons, and I was like, oh, we gotta dual wield these. And you can. You just can. You know, in fact, we haven't used these dismounters in a while, but just for old time's sake. Oh, I'm way too heavy. Oh no. Here, hang on. You know what? I'll be back. I'll be back with slightly less carry weight. Can you come out here? Or is he stuck? He might be stuck. Okay. We now have our regular roll. If things are too heavy, they make you very slow at rolling, and it's rather worrisome. Okay. could have jumped there. It's hard to tell when he's actually going to be open and safe. Woo. Are those weapons upgraded? Not much, Fog, no. I haven't, like I said, I haven't used them in a while. Is that a grab? No. Oh, man. That was gnarly. I think one of them might be +2. Whew. Ash of War, Lion's Claw. Oh, it's weird to you how From will make an actually good enemy like this where heavy damage staggers it and has really well telegraphed attacks, and then in the same area they'll throw the T-Rex dogs where everything is a hitbox and you can't get away from it to save your life. The dogs are okay. I fought one or two. They seem alright. Well, that was close. All right, let's go back to our actual weapons that we've been upgrading and not our double curved greatswords. It's nice to see we can still use those though sometimes. Right, are we missing anything here? I don't think so. Okay, we're gonna just keep resuming exploration. So I think where we're gonna go is, we haven't really, I don't think we've done anything with these Caelid Waypoint ruins. Let's go, oh yeah, we had to run away from them. We had to run away from those ruins because we got Scarlet Rotted. Now eventually today, I would really like to come and try and take on this guy. This is a Scarlet Rot Dragon that we just couldn't beat for the life of us the last time we were here. So I would really like to come back and attack him again. Now, I ran into these dudes out here before, and they weren't that much of a problem, but then I ran into these dudes in a dungeon, and they were like the most obnoxious thing in the world. Which one are you guys gonna be? Well, there's a dog, so we already know. Alright, so far they're not doing the thing they were doing in the dungeon that was so obnoxious. They had like a really obnoxious ranged attack. Oh! No. No. I got knocked down. Holy crap, they're so vicious. No. The fact that they're flanking is so crazy. There we go. Okay, where's the other one? Come here. I like that one's just chilled the entire time. But yeah, these guys in the dungeon we were in, they had this crazy ranged attack that was really giving us a hard time. So at least these ones aren't doing that ranged attack. These things are a nightmare to fight with a slow weapon. Well, it seems like if you can stagger them, they're okay. All right, so we were just up on that castle up there. I want to start exploring a little more thoroughly. So over here is where I got... Oh, you know what? Before we go anywhere, sorry. Before we go anywhere, let me make sure I have a Scarlet Rot Cure spell on me. Hi, Big G. How you doing? Because I'm pretty sure at one point I bought one. Didn't I? Yeah, alleviates buildup and cures poison and scarlet rot. Don't mind if I do. Are those shrimp monsters? They are shrimp monsters. Have a good night. Thank you. You too, Big G. Yep, I just got rid of it, Lord Castellian. It does take more FP, this one. Flame Cleanse Me takes 8, or takes 14. I think the regular poison spell only took 7 FP. So it could be of worth to keep around if you're in like a really heavily poison area, but poison hasn't been that big of a problem for us so far in the game, to be honest with you. It cures poison and poison, while Scarlet Rot is a lot worse. Could enjoy fire, give me strength. Flame grant me strength, this one. Raises physical and fire affinity attack power. Yeah, we should try it out. I've strayed away from using any particular buffs, but buffs could be kind of cool. All we need is, I think, one more level to be able to use this Blood Flame Blade one. We might want to look into that at some point. Hi, Crystal. All right, well, that's good for now. Okay, so it's Flame Cleanse Me, and then we also have Flame Grant Me Strength. We don't want to use the wrong one. We really don't want to use the wrong one. Okay. This is going to be a weird thing to say, but I kind of dislike that it seems like almost all ruins have a basement to find something in. Because when I didn't know that, it just kind of felt like, oh, let's explore. Maybe there will be something cool. Now that I know there's like almost always a basement with something cool, it's like, oh, well, let's find the basement. Oh, this is not, I'm not doing this well. Yeah, but also it's like, it's not really a good, I don't actually want to complain that there are loads of things to find. Yeah, I mean, like, finding out what's in the basement is fun, too. Okay, and then Nefudis literally just said that Bestial Vitality can out-heal poison, so let's go ahead and cast that. Oh, shoot. Wow. Wow, that damage, too. I missed him. Oh, and there's a dog. Of course, there's a dog! A dog that does rot! There's 2 dogs. Of course there's 2 dogs, and now I have Scarlet Rot. It's okay, that's what we brought the spell for. Screw you. Okay, we should lock on. We should lock on and have a shield. This is the wrong spell to be doing right now. Goodness, this encounter is not great. And now we've got the other guys from the road too, because I rested at that bonfire and I didn't see them coming back up the road. Oh, this is really poor. Okay, those things are dead. That one's dead. God darn it. I got the dog somehow. That one's dead. That one's dead. Okay, you freaking do that. Okay, or not. I got outplayed. I got outplayed again. I got outplayed a 3rd time. Fine. Gonna outplay my guard counters? And I'll just die. I think we pulled in 2 different groups of those dudes there. God, they're gross. I was gonna finish that sentence with, then I'll just jump attack, but, you know. That's not what I wanted to do. Man, the fact that they have such long range and they continue to move at such long range is really obnoxious. It's okay, running and jumping, running in and hitting them with a heavy attack seems like a pretty decent strat. It seems like they have a pretty long wind-up on their first attack there, but you gotta watch out. When they reposition like that, it means they're gonna swing. You're not using the Ice Spear? This is the Ice Spear. I'm surprised you weren't using the weapon art. The weapon art's long. I was just trying to kill stuff quickly. Although I guess if I had the weapon art up, I would be, if I had the weapon art up, I would be proccing Frost on them, which would be good. Just to buff it. Yeah. I'll do it this time. Oy, oy, oy. No, no, no. Yeah, see, like, I can't even really get the attack off. I mean, I'd have to do it at a more intelligent time than that, but... It was supposed to be a run and heavy attack, and it was just a heavy attack. I need to get better at dodging that. Screw this dude! Holy crap, what an awful encounter. God. Ugh. Die! Just die! Ugh. Trying to approach things more stealthily is valid too, especially in these shitstorm situations. I don't know if you can, though. I mean, like, I was trying to sort of approach stealthily, and I wanted to try and get some damage on these guys before they all aggroed, but I don't really think you can attack one of these 3 without aggroing all 3. How's it going? It's okay. We're in a gross area. That's not what I wanted to do, game. I just want my shield. Did I see the new Iceborne mod? The Abiarugu one? I did. Just pull the dogs from far away with a throwing knife. I had not yet taken the time to know where the dogs were. Like, I saw that one that we were walking up on, but I had yet to actually find where all of the dogs were in the area. That could have been a first step. All right, is there a dog here? There is a dog here. Come here. It aggroes them both. Oh, I only got the first hit of my heavy attack out. That's the wrong flask. It's going well. That's the wrong... God, I need to take that off there so bad. At least if I space that right, it just kills these things straight up. Getting their glaive was cool. Sometimes you activate the enemies around, but they still won't chase you? Hmm. I had not noticed that. Oh, it's one of these guys. Hello. Goodbye. They'll just hear the sound. Ah. Okay. There was a dude here. I think we probably ran through here and grabbed an item before, but we definitely haven't found like a basement or anything. Alright, I see one there. I also see another dude. Is there another dog? There might be, but I don't see it yet. Holy crap, they're fast. Oh, this one does the ranged attack. Doesn't matter. Wow, he'd already done a lot of damage to me. Oh no, I don't have my my healing thing on right now. Okay, hang on. Strength. Yeah, we gotta reconfigure these. We moved our talismans around for Redan. There we go. Yeah, this was a messy locale for us. We'll have to get better at this stuff. What are you? Baby shrimp? Oh no. Something over there is firing ranged. Well, this place is gross. Those enemies get a buff when you get poisoned near them. I noticed that. I couldn't tell if it was like the other enemy had buffed them or if that I had buffed them. Oh, it puts my light out. I forgot. We'll just look like this. Gross. Precious item ahead. Alright. Let's go ahead. We should look sometime and see if Bestial Vitality is actually better than Poison Cure. You can drop a glowstone? That's true. To keep the light and then look with the binoculars. I'll keep that in mind. I doubt we'll need to do it very often. That's the wrong flask. Yeah, alright. We've gone this far with auto hiding HUD, but I think I'm done. Meteoric Ore Blade. As nice as having a dynamic HUD is, I'm done with that. Another katana. Katana forged from meteoric ore to dispatch life forms born of falling stars. Deals magic damage. The blade is weighty, known to deliver slashes of such ferocity that the impact is said to resemble the crash of a falling meteor. Skill Gravitas. Skill originating from the Alabaster Lords, who had skin of stone, thrust the armament into the ground to create a gravity well. In addition to dealing damage, this attack pulls enemies in. This scales off of intelligence, so it's yet another cool katana that we won't get to use. Someday we're going to find a Faith Katana, and we'll have a fun time. Someday. Well, that was something. That scared me. The guy coming down the stairs. Be wary of monstrosity prawn. Or you can respec. Nah. Okay. So when I dropped down from this castle before, there's like a big swamp over here. There's a swamp with some more plant dudes and some mushrooms. Oh no, and there's one of those candlesticks. Which means that there's a cave. That looks like a cave with a stone sword key. Okay. See if we can't work our way up around to it. Max strength or go home. We're doing strength, dex, faith. That's what we started off with, and that's what I'm going with this time around. Once we beat the game with this character, or unlock New Game Plus with this character, or get to a good stopping point with this character, then we'll think about something different. But for now, it's just this. I think I see what changed in the world. Uchi mentioned that something was going to change in the world. I think I see it. I was going to say, I don't remember that looking like that. Well, we'll have to head over there at some point. That was on my list tonight of things to potentially do. But I'm glad that I actually know where I'm going. On my list was like, try and go someplace and figure out what had changed. You see where that is? It's on the other side. Oh, I can't. What's aggroed to me? Oh, it's one of those dudes. It's on the other side of the tree from the well. The well is on the opposite side of the tree from that. So potentially it goes down to the underground, maybe? Or it made a new well or something? Ow, I'm doing a poor job of fighting things tonight. God, this area. You thought you were done with Limgrave? Limgrave is never done. I'm fine going back to Limgrave. Limgrave is a lot freaking nicer than this place. You know, I never thought I was going to use Bestial Vitality much. Let me... It's so obnoxious that the poison shots, like, flinch you. Just wild jumping attacks. You keep it on 24/7 since it's so cheap. With another source of regen. Interesting. The small hill with the poison fellas, yeah. Okay. So if I get on this tree, I can probably, yeah, make a little hop, skip, and a jump over here without getting rotted. No, oh no, no. Oh, it's sticky. Surely there won't be more awful enemies in here. Gaol Cave. How many spells do I have attuned? What are attuned, Nefudis? Hey, a rune arc. Alright. Surely nothing bad will happen in here. Oh, there's rats. Something just came through that door. I don't know what it was. Some spells require multiple slots. Maybe it was a ghost person. Yeah, you come over here. I don't trust that doorway you're by. I don't trust... No, you can't get me to come down there. You have to come up here. I'm not going down there. Okay, it's locked. I still don't trust this doorway. That underground anthill did a number on me, man. I'm never going to be the same. I hear something awful. Oh, God, no. Oh, it's the explosive dudes. Okay. Can I open your door? They're blocked in, so you're good. Free runes, man. It is called the Gaol Cave. I guess it is called the Gaol Cave, you're right. These guys even have an item. Think it won't bounce if you do jump attacks? Good call. Sort of. I heard the music change. I don't trust the music changing. Wonder how the heck you get in there. Free mushroom? Dude, free runes, free mushroom? Alright, I won't kill all of them. It does seem rather cruel, doesn't it? Alright. There's a way to get up over top there, surely. Oh, hi. Yeah, you were thinking what I was thinking, man. Just not very well. Okay, I guess you can't climb up. Little men. Makes sense that the little men would be down here. That's a state of America. That's not a great sign. Alright, where are they? There's one. Where's the other? Oh, I pressed a button right before it hit me. They drop their armor like candy? Do they? Can you even wear it? What does it look like if you wear it? Yeah, this place sucks. Regular sized because magic. That is the interesting thing about this game, is like if you get a boss's weapon or armor or something. Oh, you don't have the right. If you get like a boss's armor or weapon or something, it just magically fits you instead of the boss. This is gonna be a bad room. I can just tell. Okay, we got a couple little dudes there. What's this one? Can I aggro just one? Oh, well. Nice. Good one. Oh, I keep pressing the torrent button instead of the knife button. Nice. Vulgar Militia Shotel. There's so many areas. Oh, I think I know what's going to happen. Why you prefer using the magic daggers? I'll show you why. Because I have like next to no throwing items here. Hang on, it's behind my head, but I have like, this is it. Also, I think I know what's gonna happen. You're gonna do a jailbreak, and when you come back through here, it's gonna be a mad dash to grab all the items and avoid all the explosive burning men. I can already see it. You can make them from bones in the craft section or buy them from the first merchant. I used all of my small bones up in just Limgrave. Oh, god darn parry. I don't want a parry, I want this. Okay, now I want to get out of here. Now I want to get out of here. Freaking rats, man. Do you have bones to craft them? I do have more bones now. But I used them all up in Limgrave a long time ago, and I haven't made any sense. Let's see, how many bones do I have? I don't kill, see, like, I don't kill any of the passive, like, enemies. Any of the birds or the goats, like, I don't kill those things. Thin bones, I have 15. I've done very little crafting. All right. Oh, right. I forgot about those traps. You guys think you're so cute. Although, honestly, with these ones, I didn't see a way you could walk through here without tripping those, to be honest. I see some chests of treasure in here. And some little men. Ooh. Jump maybe? Looks like about right. The headroom? Could be. This wouldn't be trapped, would it? Nope. Somber smithing stones. Nice. Ooh, hey. I think this is where we've been before. Yeah, this is back to the beginning of the dungeon. Alright, we've wrapped around. Where are we going now? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yep, this is what I thought was going to happen. All right. I'm down for it. Let's do it. Jailbreak. But I want your items. That's the problem. I want the items. I should have killed them all as I went. I should have cheesed them all as I went. Now look at this mess. They do kill themselves? They do, don't they? Okay, we were already up here. Yeah, this place is sad. pillory shield. Made out of a... What's it called? Pillory made to punish serious felons, used as a shield. Though made of good sturdy wood, it's only a makeshift tool and performs as such. Perhaps due to its use as a device with which the guilty were made to endure prolonged suffering, it raises vitality. By how much? Raises vitality by... It doesn't say. You need to like switch view or something? Ah. Up from 180 to 230. That's pretty good. Okay. Let's keep going. So I already went this way. Let's go this way now. Oh, that one's big. That one's big and explosive. Goodbye. Vitality's different than Vigor. It's resistance to death. Yeah, I thought as much, but I couldn't remember. Kinda hate this dungeon. I always get lost trying to find the boss. I haven't found the boss yet. Oh, god darn it. I'm guessing it's this one. Oh shoot. These enemies are obnoxious. I'm guessing this is the boss way. There's not a hidden path ahead. Okay. Ooh. Ooh. I like this cell. That was a katana. Or at least it looked like it was a katana. Was it not a katana? How do you... Okay, no, hang on. There's a way to sort differently. How do you do the sort differently thing? Okay, there we go. Order of acquisition. What? Okay, there we go. It's a dagger. Short sword with a tempering pattern on the blade. A weapon unique to the warriors of the land of reeds. Affects targets with blood loss. These swords are considered auxiliary weapons. Yet one man is known to wield this weapon in his left hand while using a full-size katana in his right. A demonic swordsman only known as Okina. I think we saw Okina. Skill, quick step. Neat. We saw Okina back at the fighting tournament. Yeah, he was the one dude I accidentally summoned, you're right. Alright, we came from up here. That way's the way to the dudes. I don't know if I actually ever went this way. Fun fact, you can power stance this specific dagger with katanas. That's interesting. Oh, maybe this is the way to the boss. I keep thinking I'm hearing things. Aha! That might be the way to the boss. Did we come this way? I guess we came this way. Yeah, we came this way with the rats. Okay. Alright, let's go down to that boss area, or what I'm assuming is the boss area. I can see why you'd get lost trying to find that. It's like one room that looks very similar to all the other rooms. Was it in here? No, this isn't even it. We came down this way. There's nothing in here. Alright, it's right here. It's in here. It's in here. Oh, and the State of America was like a long ways away, too. So, not only do you have to keep running back here, you have to run back here through the bunch of explosive dudes. Alright, let's not die to this boss. Whatever this boss is, it's probably a freaking rune bear. Whatever this boss is, let's not die to it. It's not a rune bear. Frenzied duelist. Oh, hype. Hello. You're cool. Oh yeah, we fought one of these dudes, or we fought a dude similar to this in one of the catacombs. He's really cool. Unfortunately, we have way more stats than we probably should for this guy. Oh man, I say as I just get destroyed. I'm just using a very strong weapon, I guess, so. Whew. We didn't die to the boss, though. Frost is super powerful. It's just weird. It feels like right now we're at a spot where we either bowl things over like that or we get wrecked by other stuff, like at that other catacomb that we tried going to. And there's like very little in between at the moment. Oh, yay! I know where this is. The lighting freaking out. Regalia of Aocade. I wanted to get to this little platform ages ago. This specific little platform on the beach. I had been so excited. The lighting rushing to return to its correct place is kind of funny. I'm so happy that we got to do that. All right, sick weapon, huh? Dude, we have a lot of weapons now. Scales with arcane, though not that much. Treasured Sword of Aocade, a lesser long-vanished domain. The copper coloration is not to be confused for rust, but is a conduit for its wielder to move it by their will alone. Swords of Aocade dance through the skies. Aocade's dancing blade. Infuse the sword with energy, then fling it forwards in a corkscrew attack. The sword continuously deals damage while violently spinning. Charge the attack to increase its reach, and it's like a lightsaber. If you can throw anything to give you more arcane on. I don't think I have anything to give me more arcane. Maybe maybe the heads? Will these heads give me more arcane? Intelligence. No. Oh, this gives me more dex and intelligence. Well, that's a pretty nice one. More dex and int. Like a lot more dex. Huh. Imp heads, maybe? Nope. Rune arc? I almost fell. Your great rune gives all stats when active. Oh. But minus HP. Does the rune arc automatically make you invadable? No, not in this game. Okay. It's been a long time since I've used a short sword. The poor lighting, it's trying so hard. I look at it like, huh, how does this work? Oh, the poor lighting. I'm sorry, Elden Ring. We'll drop down. We'll go to Loombrave. Okay. Well, we'll have to look into that because that's pretty cool. I was thinking of slapping on one more level of arcane anyways. All right. Well, we explored a bit of Caelid. What did we do in Caelid today? We took on the rest of Fort Gael, so we can, or no, we took on Fort Gael, so we can go ahead and remove that. This was the Gaol Cave. Wait a minute. Is this Fort? Wait, Fort Gael and Gaol Cave. I wonder if they were supposed to be. I guess, was this supposed to be Fort Gael, and they wrote it differently, or? Jail does not equal Gael? Okay, I'm just curious because they're right on top of one another. That's all. Different things? I think it's actually Fort Gael? Okay. We did the Caelid Waypoint ruins. So we explored a little bit, but not very much. There's so much to explore here. Holy crap. Well, in any case, we're going to go ahead and do our meaty story exploration for the night. Hello, crab. Let's go check out where the star bit the earth. I wasn't expecting it to be so visible. I was like, oh man, I'm gonna have to scour the game world looking for where I'm supposed to meet up with Blade. It's gonna be hard to freaking see if this is where we're supposed to go. To be fair, it's a big meteor crashing to the land. Yeah, but most meteors don't have the giant explosion of rocks, like, chilling out above them that this one does. Like, if it really was just a big rock, like, we'd eventually find it, but it could have taken us a while. This did not take us long to spot. Turn it to day at the nearest site. It's, like, actually impossible to see, so yeah, let's do that. It was an open field. Yeah, there was nothing around that area. I had looked around that area. I mean, like, there could have been like an item or like a rune or something, but oh, okay, it's over here. I thought it was over there by the tree. It's actually over here. But yeah, there was nothing much around here. It was just like woods right here specifically, actually. Wow. Oh. Okay. Well, that's dramatic. Rip that rune bear in the ruins. That thing got obliterated. Is the ruins just gone? No, the ruins are over there. They're probably fine. They're down the road a little ways. It's probably fine. It didn't. The bear is fine, unfortunately. This is really cool. Stuff like this, like the held back star from the gravity boss that like comes down and strikes the earth and leaves a giant pillar of debris just spinning in midair. This game just has so much variety in terms of its art style, and I don't even know how to really adequately describe the variety of visual ideas on display, and like how long it must have taken them to sit here and come up with so many different cool ideas for things. Like, I don't really know how to adequately describe it. It's just very impressive. Hi Zelda, what's up? Your turn to get sick? Oh, I'm sorry. I hope you feel better soon. Yeah, there's the ruins with the bear. It just barely dodged it. But you know what? That bear, he's still asleep. He's like, nah, whatever. That bear did not care. Where the star bit the earth, huh? I think we'll probably have to jump down over there. Yeah, we'll have to jump down over there, I think. Let's do that. It's getting kind of foggy and stormy. Because of course it is. Plenty of folks have tried jumping down here. Or tried jumping too far here. I think you just like fall into this little guy, yeah. It's funny there's still grass here. Ready for the Dragon Quest part of the game? I have no idea what that means. Well done. Jumping off ahead. Mm-hmm. Okay, we can go down into the hole. Which is, I'm assuming, where the game wants you to go. Oh boy. Oh dear. That was about to be bad. Hey, someone left a lantern on. I'm assuming we're in Nokron now. How is that, Zelda? I know Soul really likes that game. Yeah, I'm assuming this is Nokron. So there just wasn't a way to get to where we are now. Like where we just are dropping down into here. There just wasn't a way to get here before. Welcome back, Ninja Frog. Because we looked all over. We had looked all over to see if there was a way to get to the city that I'm assuming we're entering right now. Okay. Oh, and now we're not foggy. Okay. Oh, there's another drop down. That looks like a big drop down. I'm gonna avoid that one. Soporific grease. Alright, did we make it? Oh. Glad there wasn't a big drop there. Nokron Eternal City. Looks like we, it looks like maybe the meteorite messed some things up here. Just a little bit, judging by the towers that have fallen. We're off the map from where we were before, though. Okay, but looking out this way. We're looking out over places that we could see before, so we're close to the map. It's so big, it is. It is big. I think it was just like this. I'm only curious because of how some of these are like tilted over, and like that part... Oh, wrong button. That part clearly wasn't always like that, or at least it doesn't look like it should be. The architect did this intentionally, but as in before the star fell. Somebody built that like that. Also, uh-oh. What are those? Those look like some gross slimes. Whew, that jump gave me anxiety. Almost walked off the edge twice. Yep. Okay, let's see. So we would have jumped down to this platform here. There's an item. There's some slimes. From that platform, you go off that way. Not sure. Oh, there's an item off that way, too. A bunch of slimes. Something is aggroed onto us. Probably this slime. Can we test our damage against this slime somehow? Well... Let's test our damage by dropping right in front of it, and... Where'd it go? There it is. Oh, they shoot things. Excuse me? What? They're aggroed onto each other, too. How does magic do? Magic's good. We could do magic and then a throwing knife or something. Oh, not quite. Close, but no cigar. Oh no, it's dead. Never mind. Liquid metal slime. I get what you mean about Dragon Quest now. This just looks like Silver Tear Husk. Huh. They have a long death animation? I can see that. Okay. Let's get some more FP. Let's heal. I will try against them with my weapon. If our weapon doesn't work by default, our weapon art should work well. We should be able to buff our weapon up and then take out a few of them at a time. I think there were 3 of them up here. Well, there's one. Oh, I really need to get rid of that freaking parry, dude. Yeah, this should work just fine. I didn't hit all of them. They seem to have like a minimum reach problem. Or like if you're too close underneath them, they can't hit you. And I seem to have a stamina problem. Yeah, that death animation is really long. They do give a lot of XP. I think they just gave like... I don't even know how much they just gave. They just gave a lot. The rune arc. I'll pay closer attention to them. Oh, I don't like those projectiles though. Maybe it's not that much. I thought it was a lot. $250 souls. Okay, that's not that crazy. I thought I was all the way down at like 10,000 souls a second ago and then instantly got up to 20 and I was kind of surprised. That's decent for something you can kill in 2 hits? Yeah. Better than like the 50 or 60 soul things that lay around all over the place. Don't give up. I will not give up. You went here? We did, yeah. One of the dungeons in Caelid spat us out into Limgrave again, and so we took the opportunity to come over to check out the giant meteor hole. Praise the skeleton, don't give up. Nascent butterfly. Okay. Anything over here? Plus, I'm also just kind of excited. I've really wanted to get to this part of the game for a while, or this area in the game for a while. Think Caelid was wearing on him? Caelid's intense. Was not a big fan of Caelid. I like that you can see the ghosts, like there are a lot of people like you moving around. It's kind of cool. I don't know how I feel about this game's online features. I think that they're not why I'm playing the game. Oh, nice. Cave people, yeah, I see them. They're kind of spooky looking. Something tells me these guys are going to be bad. There's a ranged one, and the ranged one just frickin' ate it. Nice one. Ranged guy. Okay, there's a couple ranged ones. Oh, they're fast when they want to be. They do not take much damage. There's a hole there. I didn't see the hole. Ooh, they deal, what I deal? Frost. At least I think that's frost. See ya! Spirit flame arrows. Arrow set alight with ghost flame before firing. Used by the Company of the Fallen Hawk once ordered to explore the Eternal City. Gotcha. Alright. Hey! I thought there was a hole in the ground and I was about to fall in. I was going to be sad. Alright. 22,000 souls. We should pop some runes and level up before we keep going. Have I heard about the Fallen Hawk before? There was a note about some other slaves that got sent down to explore the underground to try and find the Eternal City. But I think that's a different company than these ones. All right, to level up we need 30,000 runes. My goodness. It's getting expensive. Ooh, that was way too many. Whoops. Shoot. right, well, we have enough strength to wield the Tree Sentinel's halberd now. I think I might do a level of vigor. We haven't done that in a while. Not the one arcane. Not yet. Alright, so this is called Nokron Eternal City. Alright, let's explore. I'm excited about this. Oh, I've wanted to come to this city for a long time now. That's really cool that you get to come down here and see this area so long before you actually get to go and explore it. "24 vigor? We've been rocking 23 up till now. Alright, what's your story, spooky dudes? They got shields. Ah, they can... Okay, so when they drum on that, do they alert the others? Looks like maybe they do. Want that stamina to come back. Okay. You know what? Let's let these shield dudes be. That's the wrong flask. Man, even with the HUD on, I still do that, huh? Let's not get hit by another one of those. Who shot me? Was it you? Did you shoot me? Oh no, there's another guy behind the pillar there. Cool. Frost procs go through shields. That's good to know. Dew-kissed herba. Apparently if you get close enough, you just go through the dude's shields. Aha, a spear guy. Hey, I have that shield. Aha! Maybe that's where I've seen the shield before. Let's check out the description on the shield real quick. An inverted hawk is the emblem of the company of slaves ordered to explore the Eternal City. Yeah, I've had that shield for a while. I forget where I got it. I think I got it down here initially. Man, this place is big. That's concerning. I don't think I saw anything else around this courtyard here. It's nice there are trees down here. That goes down. Oof, wow, it looks big down there. We're gonna finish exploring up here first. Oop. We both missed. Uh-huh, I heard your feet. Yeah, that weapon art seems good. Great Shield Soldier Ashes. Cool. feel like those would be some fun guys to summon for PvP or something. I guess you probably can't summon ashes for PvP, can you? What do I think about these zombie soldiers? Not a whole lot yet. Can we read the ashes description? Yeah, sure. Spirits of Great Shield soldiers who belong to the Fallen Hawks, a band of soldiers that once explored the Eternal City. Stout defenders with a steady guard. Though their methods are somewhat crude, they work well as a squadron and will attract the attention of enemies or lob Ghost Flame from the rear guard. Interesting. That's cool. We should read the description for this stuff, because we're finding it everywhere. Silver Tier Husk. It's probably not in tools, it's probably in crafting materials, yeah. Found in and around the Eternal City. A hardened husk shed by a formless life form known as the Silver Tier, found in and around the Eternal City. The Silver Tier makes mockery of life, reborn again and again into imitation. Perhaps one day it will be reborn a lord. I don't know what that means. We got dudes, we got dudes. Not over there, though. Just over here. That's gonna be a shield guy, so we're just gonna bop. There's a larval tier, which is what the item reminds me of, kind of. Okay. I think that's the end of up here. Oh, no. Somebody over here we missed. Hey, buddy. Oh, another one. Whoop. No, okay, so their torches give us that frost effect as well. It's interesting that gives you frost, the flame from their arrows and torches. It's a spooky torch, yeah. I'm just pleased we get to explore more underground. This is by far one of the coolest areas we've found so far, is all the underground stuff in the game. Super neat. Hi, John Shaft. Welcome back. Popping in to say you're enjoying your playthrough on VOD Squad. Please keep going until sunbreak. Well, cheers. I'm trying my best. I'm definitely enjoying myself. So I think we will keep going for a good long while here. Didn't enjoy the underground as much. Ooh, Ghost Glowwort Picker's Ball Bearing. That's cool. Or Bell Bearing. I keep saying Ball Bearing when I mean Bell Bearing. I'm glad you're enjoying the VODs, though. There should be some more. I just edited the last, like, 3 or 4 nights worth last night, so there should be more going up to YouTube in the next few days. Cheers, John Shaft. See ya. You do like the ant area? Yeah, I did not have any desire to explore more of the ant area, but I do like this a whole lot. I don't know. Like, I know that down below here is just, like, hell incarnate because of the archers and the electric shock balls and everything. Like, it's just not fun to explore, but this area is just so cool looking. I couldn't help myself. I just wanted to be here more. It's so neat. I'm excited I get to come to the actual fun part now. Well, what I'm hoping is going to be the fun part of the underground. Okay. A fog door already, really? Who are you? What is your story? Oh, that's the wrong button. That's really the wrong button. They're using a whip. That's cool. Your weapon's sick as hell. It's not what I meant to do. Oh, come on. that person's really cool. Parry that whip. I wasn't trying to. I really need to remove the parry. I really need to remove the parry. I'm not trying to parry anything ever. I just accidentally do it sometimes when I have the shield out and I want to do my weapon art. Need to collect that weapon, assuming it can drop. I hope it can. It's really cool. Is there another one of those people? I thought I heard footsteps. Maybe I'm just hearing my footsteps. Isn't there a better shield you can use for parrying? I guess there's the buckler shield, but I still haven't found one. The store that's supposed to sell you buckler shields doesn't sell them to me for whatever reason. This character is cursed. Just for using? This shield's fine. Do you want to parry? No, I don't want to parry at all. I use the shield when I'm in like situations with fast hitting small enemies. Oh god. But then I also want access to my weapon art because it's like kind of busted. A lot of the time I prefer using the two-handed moveset, but having the shield for utility when we're going through areas of small. Oh, I can remove the parry on this one, Uchi. I've been meaning to for like. Okay, here. We're just gonna. No, at the next site of grace, I need to remove it. I can remove it using Ash of Wars really easily. Like I can put the no parry option on. I just haven't because I've been lazy and I keep forgetting for like the past like 25 hours probably. What shield is that? This is the Confessor's starting shield, the Blue Crest Heater shield. Do I have a brass shield? I do have a brass shield. I have a load of shields. I have a bunch of shields that don't have parry on them, but they're heavier. We have the brass shield and the quality brass shield. Got renamed because we upgraded it. What weapon art? On the shield? Oh, what weapon art is that? The weapon art is called Spinning Slash. I think it doing... Yeah, that weapon slash is on a lot of different weapons. Like, Spinning Slash is also on this Knight Rider glaive, which is an entirely different halberd, right? I think unique to that dragon one is the lightning and frost buildup. But that particular motion is available on lots of glaives. You need a light shield? Yeah, I'm looking to generally use it with a pretty heavy weapon, Uchi. So yeah, I'm using light shields, not heavy ones. I don't have enough endurance for both. Okay. Well, let's see what this is about. Nobody here. Hiya. I can't target it. Oh, I can't target it because it's me. Yo, they did the Zelda. You're not jumping enough to be me. He uses everything I've got. He just used the buff. Don't you use that on me. Didn't jump enough. Didn't jump enough. He's fake. Silver tier mask. Interesting. That's cool. So, question about that. Is the reason that he was so squishy because I'm so squishy? Yes? Because he had, like, no health. But, like, neither do I. That's really cool. That's really cool. What a neat boss. Unfortunately for him, that just means we had to just unload our damage on him and he had no chance, which is how I feel most of the time. It can be super scary with some weapons like Moonveil. So wait, so how does Moonveil work? Everyone talks about it, but I don't know what it is because I haven't been using it. Or I have it in my inventory, but I don't know how it works. What makes that scary? Can you guys describe it to me? Moonveil's a katana which has the sheath art. Yeah. Its weapon art is really quick and good damage. Okay, I've seen the sheath art before. Knew how it worked after the first attempt, so you just unhanded your weapons and it had to try and punch you. That's really cool. How did you do it a second time, Nefudis? Unless it's like a spoiler. Did you just come back here on a second character? All right, we'll be back. We'll be back down here in just a moment. I'm going to warp out and we're going to unequip the freaking parry on this heater shield because I've needed to do that for like 20 hours now. You died? No worries. That makes sense. All right, I've been meaning to do this. I've forgotten a lot. Now we're gonna go do it. We're gonna go ahead and remove the parry from the shield so we can continue to use the shield in our weapon art.
I took you for no matter.
Hi, buddy.
Your arms, then.
Okay, Ashes of War. Heater shield. No. Okay, so right now, remove this Ashes of War from quality brass shield and apply them to blue crest. Okay. Ooh, we can have it scale with different things. Standard. Standard gives us the highest guard boost. Nothing else gives us as high guard boost as standard. There. So now what we should be able to do here, let me jump downstairs. That's neat, Vio. I'm only concerned about guard boost, but that's cool. Just fist fight myself naked in the rain. Yeah, we can quote that. I'll quote that. So now what we should be able to do is, even when I have my shield equipped, yeah, I can pull out my weapon art. Which is what I was looking to do. That's really nice. This is how I've been preferring to play with halberds the entire time, is when I'm going through groups of small enemies, having a shield to be able to block and do a couple guard counters if needed, but then the rest of the time being able to whip out the weapon art or being able to two-hand and rely on that two-handed weapon moveset most of the time. I got it, Uchi. I can do it. Yeah, we've chilled on the quotes. We put in tons of quotes with Sunbreak, or with Rise. This is I think this is one of the first Elden Ring quotes. Was it quote ad? Yeah, it is indeed quote ad. I've got it there. All right. So that was that. Now we have our weapon set up the way we were supposed to, like hours ago. How long ago did we switch to this halberd? We switched to this halberd after Rey Lucaria. It's been like at least four. It's been like at least 4 streams that we've been chilling with this shield and the parry, and like every once in a while I'll just parry by accident and be like, gotta remove that. While we're here, before we continue on down in the underground, let me check in with the NPCs and see how we're doing here.
Good to see
Hi, Roger.
Son, what do you need? Maybe I should tell you. Lately, I feel I'm on the precipice of falling into a deep, fathomless slumber. And I have an inkling it could spell trouble for you somehow. So I just wanted to get the apology out of the way beforehand, since you're so scary.
Oh, I'm just a goblin, but I don't have to be scary. Look, I can be funny. Apology accepted. I'm so scary. Look at my mask. It's a happy mask. I'm smiling.
Well, where have you been hiding? I took you for it no matter. It's lay out your arms.
Okay. So we can strengthen everything right now. We have enough, barely enough Somber Smithing Stone 5s. The shield only needs 4, so we could do that. I like that your definition of funny was crouching and spinning. I mean, that would be pretty amusing. Or you'd be scared. I don't know. Okay, so hang on. Right now, this does 213 plus 82. New stand-up routine. I mean, Uchi, that's what you'd get from me in real life. Wait, how much did it do? 213 plus 82. That's a lot. All right, and then the Tree Sentinel Halberd does 134 plus 32. I guess, yeah, let's start doing it. Do we have a bunch of runes? We have a bunch of runes from that boss. Okay, and now it's at the same spot. It's 211 plus 67 right now, so it's actually less damage, but it scales with Faith. Golden Halberd is meaty. It's got a very different moveset. Yeah, it does have an entirely different moveset. It's not the moveset I prefer, I don't think. What's the weird Scythe Halberd? We just got that in the ruins. I forgot to... Oh, I didn't even realize this was... Okay, we have some weapons to check out. Hang on, let's go downstairs. God, this game's fun. I really like the feeling of being able to open up this menu and just have like a bajillion swords. Like, this is very satisfying. This is very satisfying. I like that feeling. Okay. So, this is the halberd we've been using for a while. We now have enough strength to one-hand the Tree Sentinel Halberd. It does slams and swipes. A mixture of slams and swipes, which is very interesting, very different than the regular halberd moveset. I think its heavy attack is just a slam straight up. Yeah. This is one-handed. This is the one-handed heavy attack moveset. Yeah. Very different. Very different. Oh, but it still has the jump attack. Oh no, you guys. Oh no. This jump attack is like crack. I can't help myself. It's so good. You spent yesterday farming runes and got all the weapons you collected to 1 below max. That's crazy. What's its weapon art like? What does this do? Golden Vow? Hang on, I gotta check what that does. Skill passed down from antiquity among the knights of the capital. Raise armament aloft and pledge to honor the Erd Tree in battle, granting self and nearby allies increased attack power and defense. That's nice. So it's not too unlike Frost. It's just huh. This is probably nicer than the pokes. Like, the pokes are okay, but like a slam and some swipes? Yeah, this is probably better. It's pretty cool looking too. I just had a bad thought. Just had a bad thought. Oh, that's a bad thought. It's way too heavy. What, you think we're going for guard counters with this? No way. It's still too heavy. Oh, it's so cool. Drop the shield. I don't have the shield on. Man, if only you could switch them back and forth at will. I really wish you could switch them back and forth at will. What's the show tell? Like, I'll look at it in a second, don't worry. I'm not done. It's the mask. Yeah, the mask is like really heavy. You gotta let it go? I'm not. I am the Goblin Man. Wearing that mask is more important than dual-handing these. Oh my gosh, that's pretty sick though. Oh, imagine if you could just do this whenever you wanted. Holy crap, man. The thing is, whenever I've tried these sorts of combos, they've done like less damage than just like spamming jump attacks and heavy attacks. A true goblin would just have the mask, maybe. Can also jump L1. Yeah, that's the thing is like, I mean, I guess I haven't compared the whole power stance combos. I guess if the power stance combo staggered, it could really be serious if you could get off this whole combo at once. But in my experience, it feels like it does about the same amount of damage as like a single jump heavy from the halberd. You can two-hand one and then the other to get both buffs. How do you do that? Two-hand one and then the other. How do I switch two hands? Like right now I'm two-handing this one because it's my main one. Triangle plus... Huh? Well, I know how to two-hand a weapon. Okay, two-hand left weapon. Use weapon art. Then un-two-hand weapon and use the other weapon art. You can only use the weapon art for the one that's in your main hand. Like right now I'm one-handing it and I'm still doing the frost weapon art. You can two-hand left or right. How do you two-hand? Oh, this changes everything. Oh, I only knew about the hotkey for two-handing your right-handed weapon this entire time. Oh, this changes everything. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, I can just switch between these whenever I want. Oh, this might be it. Look how cool they look together. You know what armor would be perfect for wielding these two? Hang on. You know what armor would be perfect for wielding these two? Where is it? Well, maybe not the helmet, but the other ones, the other parts. This is the perfect armor for wielding these two weapons. Weight, who cares? Heavy roll's worth it. It's not worth it. But like, oh my god, look, they're even in the right hands. This is the gold side, this is the silver side. Oh my god. It's perfect, it really is perfect. Oh my goodness. I had no idea you could like two-hand one or then two-hand the other. Man, I wish you could switch up here. Oh man. Oh man, that's really cool. Can I give you something to make this doable? What would that be? What would you give me? All right, if I just like remove this altogether, it's immediately a medium load. So like, there is a face under there. It's a talisman. Goblin Mask is so heavy, dude. It's like 8 pounds. It's like 8 pounds. Every other helm is like 2, 3. It's 8. That mask is so heavy, but it's worth it. Okay, hang on. Let me see if I can. Okay, let me see if we have any other lighter armors that will help. This was pretty light. This was pretty light. This was pretty light. Yeah, see, we're back at medium load. We're fine. And we're back in some nice light armor. Oh yeah, and we're barefoot. All right, I was using the Carrion Knight stuff. Okay, I can still use the Carrion Knight Greaves. I just need to find a chest piece that won't put us into heavy load. We could wear our starting armor if we wanted to. Yeah, but it's not thematic. That other stuff was really thematic. You said it's gonna need some nudging. Okay, is it someplace we've already been, Uchi? I think we're gonna need to talk about that helmet by the end of the playthrough. I like that helmet. We could wear Patch's armor. I've been there, yes. Okay. Astrologer robe. Are we gonna be a Jedi? No, I don't think we're gonna be a Jedi. Dude, dual wielding halberds. We could just be the goblin in a dress. Could we wear just the one piece of it? No, that definitely puts us into heavy load. Okay, what's the cutoff? Okay, so this weighs 60. That's really heavy. When you're done with Nokron, take the elevator at the other end of the underground, if you remember the one. Oh, it's at the, yeah, it takes you up to Caelid, right? I remember where that is, yeah. Hang on, can we be, I have a new idea. This has been a long time coming, I'll just have you know, this next thing we're about to do, this has been a long time coming. Because, like, we've worn the goblin mask for a while, haha, funny, nice goblin mask. But, like, this has been a long time coming. We're going green. Oh, shoot. There. And there you go. We'll do this until we can get the stats to wear that crazy cool armor. At least make it darker to match the helm. Okay. Then we'll go back to Nokron and we'll keep working our way through. This is like McDonald's St. Patrick's Day shake screen. Maybe a little. Okay, how do you make it just darker? I guess you just, okay, you come up here. Oh shoot, no. Okay, and you just make it darker, like that. Did you think you'd morph into a goblin when you started this playthrough? That's too dark, isn't it? Yeah, it's too dark. No, I did not expect that we would become a goblin. But I really like the goblin mask. All right, just a little lighter. I didn't even know what the game was, it's true. Does that look good? Yeah, that's pretty close. That's close enough. This is really cool. All right, back to Nokron. Mimic tier. That's where we were just now. Make one goblin noise? Goblin. That's what they sound like, right? Do I know what that HP debuff, down debuff is about? Yeah. Folks have been asking me about that like every other stream for the entire game. That is this. It's Baldachin's Blessing. It's the hug debuff, and I've never used it, and then the hug lady left, so now I'm definitely never using it. Okay, so we can two-hand the silver one, or we can two-hand the, oh man, nobody ever told me about triangle L1. I knew about triangle R1, I never knew about triangle L1. All right, let's go exploring. It's interesting that this place, this area we just fought the Mimic in, is similar to that place down there in terms of like the actual like place here. I look so funny. It's definitely not what I thought I was gonna look like on stream tonight, but you know, here we are. Look so funny. This is what Souls is about, right? Is about making a horribly ghoulish, awful looking character, right? That's been my impression, having seen clips of the series over the years, is like you want to make some horrendous, terrifying creature. And then you invade other people's games and you make them feel bad. We're well on our way. Can I just point out you changed right after fighting the Mimic tier, like you saw yourself and went, oh god, yep. If you saw this coming towards you, you'd be scared. Good. Oh, man. We're gonna have to practice with that moveset because it's very different to what we've been doing. Oh, here it is. Yeah, see, it's very slow. 8. I think we're gonna change which ones on our R1. We're gonna switch these around. I like the frost weapon art, but I like the slams and swipes better than the pokes. The range, though, the range does seem pretty good. It's just slow. Thank goodness we still have this jump attack, though. We're scaring the birds. Maybe you can crouch attack to hit faster? Crouch attack just does that. Interesting. Like, normally my dual hand attack is this. It's like weird. I've never noticed that the crouch does a faster attack. Oh, crouch attack does something totally different. Huh. Try the back hop and running L1s. What? How do you even back hop anymore? How do you back hop? It's the roll attack? Ah, it is, you're right. Watch as that little slam does obscene amounts of damage. It probably does. Evade in neutral? That's what I'm doing. I'm just jumping. Oh, wait, evade. I have been underutilizing this. That's nasty. That's nasty. That's really nasty. Okay, this is sick. Also, the running attack. Oh! Look at that! Oh my god! The jump attack overshadowed everything? I mean, only recently. When we were using the curved greatsword, we were using more variety of attacks. This will definitely teach me more things. So this is probably what we'll stick with for a little while. This is one of those things where you keep finding goodies. I just found some goodies. Oh my god, that running attack. Been sleeping on running attacks the whole game. I was using them a little bit earlier. They're all pretty insane? Okay, well, that's alright. I can acknowledge I know next to nothing about this game. Oh, hell no. I hate these dudes so much. I hate these dudes so much. Oh boy. It's one of the really cool things to contrast to Monster Hunter's very methodical and rigid movesets. Interesting. More Minotaurs? Yeah, I'm not a fan of the Minotaurs. We're gonna go this way instead for now. Similar to the bottom area. Oh well. If you want to have moments like this where you get to unlock really cool dual-wielding halberd movesets, then you gotta... Oh dear. Did they just see me? I heard like a whistle. Then you gotta have moments like this where you go through the woods too. When you got here, it was like, where did the castle go? That was a deer. Ah, well, all right. By the way, look to the right of the bridge. What, down here? That's like where we came from, right? Ooh. I would have missed that. Sure, we'll drop down here. Oh, shoot. Dudes. the right of the bridge and up. Lord of Blood, your eminence. I beg you, grant me a seat at the table of the dynasty. Long live the Mogwin dynasty. So this is something to do with the dude that we killed. The NPC. Look to the right of the bridge and up? What, at like the Erd Tree or at that place over there? I saw that place before from down below. We're more on par with the level of it now. So that has something to do with the Church of the Rose and the NPC that we murdered. I killed another NPC. We killed an NPC because he was being creepy. And because I wanted to. Where'd those guys go? Okay, they're over in the woods. Let's start exploring. He asked for my finger. All right, more of this. Okay. Yeah, this is. Did I give him my finger? No, I backed off and then I murdered him. I was expecting it to be some big dramatic thing where he'd like turn into a boss fight. He just let me kill him. These guys seem like peaceful. Ow. Oh. They deal a lot of damage. Where's the state of America? I'm sad Riss missed the lovely scene of him ripping off your fingernail and calling you a baby for screaming about it. Dude, if he actually took off my fingernail, I would want to kill him even more. New moveset, Growing Pains? Yeah. Really peaceful as they murder me. Well, they're like walking around with like their herds of goats. It's cute. But yeah, no, not super peaceful. Oh, there's two of them. Oh my gosh, they deal a lot of damage. Oh my god. These are the real ones and not ghosts. I do notice that. We've seen the real ones one other place. We've seen them above ground by one of the Erd trees in Liurnia. Downgraded my health bar. I did or they did? I did? What did I do to downgrade it? Less armor? Does the armor actually just straight up your HP? I didn't know that. I knew it would like give you more resistance, but... I ran in too soon and I got wrecked. Well, I know that, Bio. Oh, man. I understand that damage reduction is effective HP. You said I actually downgraded my health bar, and so I was like, it does look shorter. You're using lighter armor is also you're taking more damage. Yeah, I got you. That combo lasted forever. It did. We'll deal with it. We'll be okay. Oh my gosh. You can dual hand either weapon. This is such a big deal. Hey, buckos. Dude, he has so much points. The goats, though? I did kill the goats, didn't I? I wasn't trying to. I just walked over them and gave them frost. They have super armor during some moves? Yeah. Seems holy resistant if you had to guess? Yeah. Okay, how do we want to go about this? Okay, we have to light this thing. I'm assuming that, like, right as we light this, they're going to spot us and... Oh, here we go. They're going to spot us and start shooting us. Okay, how do we want to go around this? And do we have a map for the area that we're in right now? Okay, so this area is like a big right angle here with some woods on either side. There's like ruins. We could try going to the ruins first. They're just chilling with their goats. They're not just chilling with their goats. I thought they were, but they're not. I'm gonna have to get a lot better at juggling the two halberds. Oh my gosh, though, 2 halberds. Recommend exploring the edges. Yeah, okay, that's what we're doing first. Thanks, Uchi. I see one with a bow up there. Frickin' jerks. Frickin' jerks! That did not deal that much damage. Okay, let's try this out. Okay, that takes a second. Why do they have glowing horns? Oh, these guys are like beefy axe dudes. So did we upgrade the golden one? No, we upgraded, I think. We did. Oh my gosh. Why are you like this? They have so much armor. I'm hitting them with like, see. This is the thing. I'm gonna have to try and get used to this, but it feels like doing this knocks more things back and does more damage than even like the hit of like the dual hit that we're trying to go for. Where like if I walk up to these dudes and I go, hey, and I do a jump attack, they stagger. But if I walk up to them and I hit them with the dual wield attack, it doesn't deal as much. I guess it does more damage if I hit both, but did it stagger them there? Maybe it did. The jump attack is just so reliable. So reliable. What about the L1 jump attack? We haven't tried it yet. We should. Maybe it'll be better. During some attacks, they're very safe. I should do a better job of trying to learn these guys, huh? Okay, that did a lot of damage. Wow. A new jump attack. Oh boy. A new jump attack that does even more damage? Ouch. Alright. There's so many of these dudes too? What the heck? Oh my god! Stop! Stop! Yeah, these guys have 0 chill. It's also weird that they like collect your souls or your health when you die. I haven't seen many other enemies do that. Oh, rest well, Crystal. Collect? Yeah, they have an animation where they like absorb your souls or your health or something. Okay, we just gotta get used to it. Fur raiment. I don't know why, that just feels appropriate sometimes when jumping off of things, Uchi. Okay, how can we handle this encounter better? I guess we can pull them away, because there are a lot of them. Okay, so this, apparently this one guy. No, okay, no, oh no. Have they all noticed me now? At least 3 of them have. What are they doing? You aggroed to me. You ran all the way over here. What are you doing? You're just backing up. Oh my god. It's like they know. It's like they know they're absolute assholes. All right, you know what? I don't even care. Screw y'all. This is what I ended up doing with the first group of them. Follow me in here if you want. Ooh. Another ancestral spirit. All right, come here. Let's fight. We're gonna fight here instead of your stupid woods. Ouch. Yeah, you better run. He's just fast enough. He's just fast enough where the second hit of my two-handed combo doesn't hit him. What a jerk. It is gnarly that we have buffs on both of these weapons that we can use, though, between the frost and the attack damage buff. It feels like more micromanagement than I've had to deal with so far. All right, I'm assuming that this thing's gonna turn into another boss once we light all the pillars around here. So we should go and start doing that. God, these guys are such jerks. Something to consider? Sure. Is something singing? I guess those dudes are singing. The ones with like the spells coming off of them. If you lose the frost, you lose the frost if you use Golden Vow second. Really? Are you sure? I think the frost just wears off pretty quickly. Okay. Can we just... It did? Yeah, the frost doesn't last very long at all. It lasts like maybe 30 seconds. Come here. We're gonna fight. Oh, what? You've got a bow? Ow. Why use anything but that? Why? That's the wrong button. That's the wrong button. Oh god. Oh god. Dude, he's got like a hunting horn. Cool weapon. Shoot. Oh no. No. Yeah, see, like, that's how long frost lasts. You just saw it there. It does not last very long. Alright, do we still have these two dudes? No, there's just one now. Alright, so we walk up, pop this weapon on it, switch off, and just go ham with this. Or not, because he's gonna do that. Goodness, I hate these dudes so much. Screw you. Stupid never-ending combo. These guys are the worst. Hey, we got one of their weapons. One day, Risk will learn what moves give hyper armor. I mean, I can see which ones do. It's like the horn charge, and there's another one. Sort of, I don't know. I'm not paying enough attention because I'm trying. Right now, I'm also trying to figure out our own moveset a lot of the time too. Have you noticed that now you're technically in an open world area? Yeah. Right? And not in the castle? Maybe this edge will let us back into the castle? How many of them are here? For like 4? You weren't getting refills at Nokron? That's true. Oh, there's another one of the beasts. A concert? Yeah. They probably don't want a goblin man attending the concert. I like their music though. Yeah, we are kind of in an open world area right now, aren't we? The feet stamping never fails to make you laugh. Their dance is a little bit silly, isn't it? There's just always something to find in this game. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, sure. Why not? Stone sword key. This looks like someplace good. Looks like it might take us to more of the city, too. Screwman, it's our area. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of those dudes. Hey, a site of grace. See if we can't level up again. We're gonna be dumping stuff into endurance for a long time now, I think. Like quite a few level upgrades. Oh well. Which one of these has a higher guard boost? 44, 40. It's really not bad. You have 31,000 runes to level up. That should do it. Yeah. Oh my gosh, we need like 100 more runes. I wish they had made a better way of using these items. Oh yeah, I forgot to show off those halberds, Vio. I'm sorry. We got 2 other halberds recently, besides these ones. We got 2 new ones tonight, I think, actually. Okay, the first one we got is the Vulgar Militia Shotel. A hooked blade attached to a long handle wielded by the Vulgar Militia. Its attacks can slip through an enemy's guard. The Vulgar Militia are the undecorated stewards of rancid, scorched battlefields that none dare approach, and forbidden domains better forgotten by the rest of the world. Does Spinning Slash. And then Pest's Glaive. Glaive made from a hard, sharpened shell, wielded by the pests who emerge from the swamp of Aeneia. Slightly increases non-physical damage negation. Though men might recognize the keen intellect of the pests evidenced by the spear's uncanny design, it will never be understood by them, and they both have Spinning Slash. That seems to be like the default weapon art. We have so many halberds now. You need to grab one of these for PvP. Should have a bunch of options. Yeah, we can customize those handful of halberds really intensely, I think. How much negation? What is it? This? It's physical damage negation? Quite a bit. Oh, maybe Knight Rider Glaive just gives a lot? Press Y, it like literally gives you defense? Okay. Sorry, I'm so dumb at the menus. The menus are like so confusing. Okay, hang on. Which one am I supposed to be looking at? Yeah, non-physical damage negation. Okay, so it gives you, like, yeah, 2 to 3% difference. You slept on it, but people just can't stop running into it in PvP, and you can just keep following it up like Godric does. That sounds nice. Okay, onward we go. Back into Nokron. With our new moveset to learn here. Ooh. Oh. That's a Crucibel Knight. There is no better way of learning a new moveset than testing it out on a Crucibel Knight. Hello! It's been a while! Oh, right, he has that move. I forgot about the stomp. Have some beans. I'm glad we leveled up. Have fun getting those souls? It wasn't many souls. We just leveled up. I am very pleased that he's here, though. This legitimately will teach me a lot about this new moveset. Alright, I'm going to try and use as much of the two-handed moveset as I can. This is a really bad idea, fighting him out here. Okay. Hey, you! Let's fight in this room you're near. Right back here. Let's go here. I screwed that up. Man, we're gonna have to grind up all of this dude's armor someday. God, Crucibel Knights are so cool. Can we drop down to where he is down there? Like, is this a... Oh, this is not doable. Can we use our horse? Maybe we can use our horse. Yeah, that works. I mean, we get hurt doing it, but that works. Oh, God. Oh, right, he reads when I heal. I forgot. Rip those 80 souls. Oh no, 80 souls. Alright, I don't think we're gonna jump down on our horse. If we didn't take damage, I'd go down that way, just to get closer to him earlier. How do I like my old friend here? This feels pretty claustrophobic. Not gonna lie. Here, before we fight him again, let's check out... It'd be screwed up Nefudis is what it would be. Is this a better area to fight him in? Who's that? That's another Crucibel Knight! Yo! Oh, I'm so happy. We're gonna be here so long. Let's go! Alright, I have to dodge that part. It does like no damage to him. Okay, I gotta figure out that back hop. I think the back hop could be good damage. These guys are like some of my favorite enemies in the game, Uchi. At least the roll attack's really good for punishing him. It's not great damage. He's probably resistant to Holy. So I have a question about that. One of the weapon types does not scale with Faith and Holy damage. Like this one does, but this one doesn't. So we should be dealing, in theory, like half of our damage with the Dragon Halberd and half of the damage with the Golden Halberd, right? It's not like all of our damage takes on the characteristics of the Golden Halberd just because we're dual wielding. It has to be the actual silver attacks that land, right, Vio? But like the silver attacks that land, the attacks from the silver one, should deal the silver damage, yeah? The damage is completely separate. Left hand attacks deal left hand weapon damage, right hand weapon damage. That was not safe. Oh, God. It's like split element dual blades. Okay, gotcha. So, like, some of our damage will not be... I should probably switch them for this fight, honestly, just because we're going to be going for some attacks that aren't the dual wield attacks, and we'll want them to come from the lightning halberd and not from the golden one. So we should switch these around. Okay, so that's what we want. God, it's so... It just blew my mind that you can two-hand either of your two slots. I didn't know. Oh no, so close. Why did they make this like this? Just to mess with people like me. Split damage weapons like the Golden Halberd have the problem of checking for resistances twice too? What does that mean? The problem of checking for resistances twice? Fizz res check plus holy res check in this case. I don't understand that. I'm sorry. Whatever part of the damage... I need to roll the stomp. I'm forgetting. Oop. That's pretty good damage. Oops. Oh gosh, that was greedy. Okay, let me read this stuff. Hang on, there's a lot of stuff in the chat right now. Give me a second. Okay, it's why split damage weapons in general have way higher AR. What's AR? Basically, enemy has 20% Fizz res and 20% Holy res. It gets hit by both instead of just the Fizz res. Yeah, that makes sense. If you had 50% of your damage split as Holy and 50% as physical, an enemy with 75% Fizz resistance and 25% Holy resistance would basically mean that you'd be doing 3 times the damage from the Holy... I'm too dumb for this. The total damage gets reduced twice because of the split damage. Okay, that makes sense. The damage of that halberd is already split in 2 ways, and both of those ways have resistance against this guy. Or this guy resists both of those. So both of our sources of damage from this one halberd are being reduced. That makes sense to me. Attack rating? Okay. Way higher attack rating than raw weapons. Okay, it's because you're splitting it down the middle in general, and often enemies won't take as much damage from one or the other. Okay, that makes sense to me. But that's okay. That's why we've got this guy as our primary right now, so any of our jump attacks are going to be using it. Any of our like jump heavies are going to be using the lightning one. It's going to be a little bit easier for us to keep our lightning frost buffs up. Math problems? I'm not a math person. Just straight up. I'm just not. Hey, buddy. Oh, no. Okay. I need to figure out the back hop iframes. Are there back hop iframes? When you split damage, you usually have to make sure the enemy isn't resistant because a lot of the damage is locked in half. Back hops do not have iframes. They're just requiring on positioning. Think so? Okay. So we should position for the back hops. So in other words, this is actually like, while the moveset of the of the Crucible Knight might be fun to practice this dual wield on, this is not great in terms of the actual damage that the Golden Halberd's doing. Okay. Hi, Namatory. Also, hello to anybody who I haven't said hello to yet, by the way. It's hard to even see past the halberds, to be honest with you. I'm mistiming some of those. I'm panic evading a lot. Gotta get back into the groove of dodging his things appropriately. It's doable, just worth noting that there's a slight loss here because they appear to have decent holy res. That makes sense. That makes sense. So they have very high holy res. Okay. So that means that a good chunk of our damage is falling off for the Golden Halberd. That's fine. Whoops. I'm just looking at Golden Vow. Golden Vow just increases attack power and defense. It doesn't say holy attack. So I should still go for that buff, right? I'm trying to get used to a lot of new things here all at once. I'm trying to get used to the new moveset. I'm trying to get used to two-handing multiple weapons at once. I'm trying to get used to the Crucible Knight again, which is not new, but still hard. And I'm trying to get used to these buffs that I'm trying to keep up. Because like both of the weapons have really nice buffs. Okay. Let me go ahead and apply this. And then let me go back to two-handing. Takes a lot of FP to do that, though. That was not worth. Also, didn't even do the right attack. Oh, I pressed the wrong button. That's why I didn't do the right attack. Ouch. He really does just read inputs. The Crucible Knight training arc. Well, they're actually great for this kind of thing, though, because they're really tough. 100% of the time. Yeah, it doesn't even seem like, oh, some of the time he'll read your inputs. It just feels like, yeah, he just reads your heal inputs. I need to remember which one, I need to re-remember which ones of his combos are like ends to his strings where you can safely heal or attack. Because there are some openings in the middle that are short enough, god damn it. There are some openings in the middle that are short enough for you to have beans. They're short enough for you to attack him, but not necessarily heal, and he'll continue the combo into you if you heal. And I need to remember which parts of the combo are parts of the combo where you can heal, and which ones which parts of his combos are parts of the combos where you can just do some quick attacks. The laziness of not wanting to run all the way up the wall there is just kind of funny to me. That's so much FP. Stabs are always end of the combo. I think someone mentioned that before. Let's go. You're slow. I don't want to fight you out here. I'll roll off the edge. Look at how those halberds shift to the side. It's funny. Yep, that's one of them, but he can stomp right after it because he's such a jerk. Okay, so neither of these buffs seem to last all that long. He's such a jerk! That's the wrong button. I keep pressing L2 instead of L1. Ow. Why can you do that? That's so mean. Stab. Spin, spin. It does good damage. Oh, yeah, this part of the fight. I forgot about this part. Wait, what is that? Yo! Do they all do new attacks? That's cool. Does each one that you encounter in the game deal new attacks? Oh, man. Oh, that's so cool. I mean, I have no idea how I'm gonna dodge that, but that's so cool. I wonder if he still does the other move that the other one does, which was the double tail, in addition to like the flying one. I think they all have just like different spells. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if they build up or if they have like different variations. Do I want confirmation? No, not yet. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. So I need to wait until he's a lot closer to use that buff, because he takes just freaking forever. Would you just come over here? Come on. Chase me. Let's go. He's so slow. Such a long move. God, they're so cool. I want their armor. He like shrugged. I know he was probably just like moving or something, but it looked like he was like... You love these you love these enemies? I really like these. These are some of my favorites in the entire game. Siofra Aquaduct. Oh god, I almost fell off. Oh. You beat a Crucibel Knight? Yeah, we've beaten 2 of them? 3 of them? I think 3 of them. Not here, but before in the game we have beat like 3 of them. I need to heal more intelligently. I'm not doing it intelligently. This should be okay. Yeah. That almost was safe. Oh, no FP. Whoops. Chuck that. Switch back to heal. Dodge. No. That's ridiculous. That's all you gotta do to farm these dudes. What the hell? We got his shield. What? Oh my god. We were talking about that the last time we were fighting these dudes. We were fighting him on a cliff, and I was like, it'd be so funny if that move could dump him off. I never thought that would happen. Okay, of course it's a heavy shield. Great shield of red-tinged gold carried by Crucibel Knights features a great horn. An ancient holiness dwells within. The Crucible horn skewers foes when performing shield bashes. Brace behind shield before using body weight to ram foes while maintaining guarding stance. Weaker enemies will be shoved backwards and can even be staggered. Oh man. What's the guard boost on that? 60. Oh, that's pretty cool. And we still have medium low with it too. I think the other one can't fall. Let's go find out. Gosh, what a good game. Shame about these souls, isn't it? Because, like, there's no way I'm beating this one first try, right? Never had to figure out the breath attack. I'm actually bummed. I'm actually bummed about that. I mean, he should respawn, right? They usually do. That guy had Radan's helm. That's cool. Oh. I've only fought one of these guys once. Oh, really? Okay. Oh, there's multiple of them too. Oh no. Why? Also, why is this guy so menacing? My goodness. There we go. Yeah. Okay, so I need to go clear those guys out before I fight this thing. Thankfully, it's turned away from you when you come in here. Oh man, I can't wait to figure this thing's moveset out. Do they respawn? I hope they do. I think enemies that drop unique items don't respawn. Was that a unique item? I hope he respawns. Oh no, that's so lame. I wanted to figure out his breath. Looks like he doesn't. Aww. That's too bad. I don't know how often we're gonna use the buff from the Tree Sentinel's halberd. Go for a backstab? I tried, and it didn't let me. Lance Crucibel is a completely different fight style. Yeah, I've fought one once, I think, in a catacomb, but it's been a while. Okay, the souls are over there. The souls are staying there. He's not backstabbable? Yeah. Okay, we gotta take care of these dudes. You are fast? You are so fast. Oh my goodness. You are skinny as well. Would you get guard broken already? Wow, he just doesn't. He just lets you weather him down all the way. Okay, so that's all that. It did look like he fit right in between Uchi, didn't it? All right. Let's go ahead and let's come out here. Okay. You can sneak up to him and do an attack, it looks like. Dang, that's a lot of damage. I forgot about that move. Oh, it's so cool. Oh, man. Rip souls. I forgot to grab the souls. He's all about that shield, so you better hold on to it. Two-handing shields is pretty effective in this game in general. Does it raise your guard boost to do that? It was only like 3k. Yeah, it was only 3. Some enemies don't, Monty. I would say the majority of enemies don't, but Crucible Knights. You know of a lance I might like more than Tree Sentinel. Do I have it? Is it this one? Or this one? Do I hear sipping? Are you talking about this one, Fog? I mean, being able to have the Banished Knight's halberd back would be pretty fun. I like that one a lot. I don't have the spear? Okay. That's fine. Dude, this place is screwed, by the way. I want to know where Blade is and why he left all these dudes for me to kill. Oh, he got me. Okay. Screw it. Let's go out here first. We can fight that tree sentinel whenever we want. Or sorry, we can fight that Crucibel knight whenever we want. Going after these things when they're on ledges is so stressful. Order healing. Alleviates Deathblight buildup. That's nice. One of the incantations of the Golden Order Fundamentalists, used by hunters of those who live in death, alleviates Deathblight buildup. The noble Gold Mask lamented what had become of the hunters, how easy it is for learning and learnedness to be reduced to the ravings of fanatics. All the good and the great wanted in their foolishness was an absolute evil to contend with. Does such a notion exist in the fundamentals of order? That is a big brain question in Elden Ring. Crystal lizards are the equivalent of these in Dark Souls, and they're always in some really unfortunate places. Bummer. That's where I got this halberd, right below it? Yeah, it is. It's become one of my favorite weapons so far. They do not come back, Monty, yeah. Oh, but yeah, if you miss them, like if they disappear, they will come back. Yeah, yeah. That's true. All right, we're gonna pop that. I missed. All right, we gotta learn this thing's moveset. It has a stomp as well and a swing. Oh, it has a step forward into a big ol' swing. Heal. Okay, big ol' swing might be a finisher. Poke. Okay, he has pokes. Oh, dude. This thing's a whole different thing. Maybe I want that spear. You find the spear one a little easier? He seems... I don't know. I can't speak to it yet. He seems... I don't know. Also, I haven't tried this yet. What happens if we... Oh no. Now we really look like a Dark Souls character. Our skin's just green. He doesn't have a shield to block everything, and it feels like less moves. Gotcha. Well, we'll get it down. Yep, we'll get it down. Hey, nice greatsword, man. This guy's annoying. Oh, I should have done this beforehand. Oh well, that's fine. Gosh, that's fast. Big slam. Stab, stab. Big slam. Okay. Stab. God. Big slam. All right. Big swing. All right. Stab. Okay, down, up, down, heal. No, he knew I was sipping. God darn it. Not having the tail is also a plus. The tail move erases a bunch of openings. Yeah, it turns it into like you have, I guess, you have like 2 or 3 openings to heal against these guys, or at least against the sword guys. And maybe like 5 or 6 openings to attack, 2 or 3 being long ones and 2 or 3 being short ones. Once the tail attack is there, all of the shorter openings that you can't heal in, but you can sneak an attack in the first phase just turn into like a 50-50. Like you either do get smacked by the tail or you don't. I'm bummed we didn't get to see the fire breath. The dude just careened off the edge. Man, I mean, that's hilarious, but also, I want to fight him. I'm bummed. Maybe we can make this guy fly off the edge. Oh, wait. Do we get 2,000 souls every time we fight these dudes? Oh my goodness. Those guys don't do so well with magic. Their shields protect them well against against strikes, but not so much against anything else here. Okay. Stab. Slam. Okay, so that was an opening. Stab. Up. Slam? No. Okay. Stomp. Swipe. Not safe. Ugh. Ooh, big ol' swipe. Your stomp missed. Poke. Swipe. Poke. Up. Is there a down on that? I thought there was a down. No slam. Stomp. Swipe. No? Poke. Up. Maybe not. Stomp. Swipe. Ooh. Yeah, these guys are a little bit... I think this guy has more openings. Oh, here we go. What are we doing? Oh, please. No. Ouch. Oh, it's the horn. Woo, I already have that one. Oh. Oh, no. That horn is so gnarly. I have that attack. I wonder if it does much damage to him. I think the tail is fine. I mean, it just takes... I mean, there are very few... This fight's already a fight that has very few openings that are actually safe. And it turns a fight that has few openings into one that has, like, almost none that are completely safe. The opening comes just after the tail? No, it doesn't. The tail doesn't have much of an opening. Yeah, he can. It just replaces the opening that would be there. Yeah, double tail. I'm talking about the single tail that follow-ups after a regular stab, not the double tail. Single tail is not an opening. And yeah, I guess it depends on... It does depend on what weapon you're using. That's true. The double tail's fine. We're talking about the single tail that he follows up other moves that he would have previously left you with an opening during. And yeah, like I said, it's like a 50-50 about the tail openings, where before it was a lot better. Poke. Poke up. Okay, there is a down. If you're close enough, there's a down. Good to know. Oh. Oh, no. Trying to manage... Oh, God. Trying to manage the 2 flasks is awful. I don't think I can use that Tree Sentinel art very often. It takes up so much FP. We're just shredding our FP. Might be finally time to put some more into mind. Because right now our mind is real low. We were sipping too much. I think we'll focus less on the arts for this fight. We'll just focus on learning the two-handed movement. You keep the FP one on the pouch so you can use it on command when you need it. That might be smart. That might be smart. Switching back and forth is kind of a lot to do in the middle of combat. But I use all 4 of those things that are currently on the pouch. Do you use the quick keybinds for other things? Yeah, I use them for a lantern, my horse, my telescope, and my ranged weapon. Or my knives that you use to aggro monsters. Okay, well, I'll look into that. I'll look into that. Stomp. Spin. Stab. Up. Down? Nope. Oh god, that one's so hard. I gotta just run from that one, honestly. Let's try playing around with that. Okay, so right now we have all these things. Okay, no, equipment. Where do you even get... Okay, where do you even equip that? Oh, here's where you equip that. Okay, so I could remove those. I could probably keep Flask of Wondrous Physic on there, but we could also put Torrent on there. I like having Torrent on there. We could put the Lantern on there and the Zoom on there. Since, like, we don't need those that often, right? Okay. So now on our bottom bar, we have those 4 items, but like that's fine. So now what we can do is we can put our, I want Torrent to still be on the same button he was on, but we can go ahead and put our magic on down, and then we still have a spot left over on up. So now we could do down triangle for magic and just down for the healing. So now we don't have to. Yeah. Okay, that makes more sense. That makes more sense. I guess I just thought like the default setup was to have all of your drinks on the bottom there and have other items other places. Pure sideways roll. I was just dodging too early, I think. There's a certain point in that animation where like it actually starts grabbing you and pulling you, and I think I dodged before that point in the animation. That's all. You use Lantern that much? Yeah, I use it when I'm exploring loads of different caves and catacombs and stuff. And just like dark areas out in the open world. I use it frequently. Yeah, defaults are not always best. I get you, Edge, but this is just my first time playing a game like this, so I didn't know better. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. I like that. I like that new bind for that. That's cool. It's like use and forget, right? Just stays on. Yeah, I mean, it's you put it on and it stays on until you warp to a new place or until you die. So it's not something we need super quick access to. It can be in a line of items like that. Like I said, I genuinely hadn't thought about putting other items on that bottom wheel there outside of drinks. I thought it was just like the drink wheel. I'm learning lots. I'm learning lots tonight. Oh, I didn't dodge right. I really wish I didn't have to go fight that dumb room full of little ads every time we died. It's frustrating. I guess we're grinding souls. If I keep picking up the souls before dying, we're technically grinding souls. This armor is really wild looking. You tried pulling the knight into the previous room? Why? Seems more claustrophobic than out here. Ow. To avoid the guys? I guess I could do that. Too early. Oh. Ouch. I don't think there's an opening for that specific move here, really. Not frequently, at least. Oh, we can do that. Dang, I didn't realize he could do that. The big slam into that. That's crazy. I think my roll into two-hand attack could be worth it. I don't know. Try and back hop things. That's the thing, is I just haven't gotten used to using back hop in combat very much. I've been not really using that a whole lot in general. It's generally straight ass. Well, I mean, I wouldn't know. Seems like whenever they do that little left-right swipe, you might be able to fit a poke in. Yeah, I'm trying to fit in the two-handed moveset, because I'm trying to practice some of the two-handed moves, and this is like a good way of learning which two-handed moves are fast and slow, and etc. Yeah, because there's definitely enough room to get pokes in. That's fast. Too early. Oh, no, not too early. That's nice. Nope. What is that attack? Got it. Whew. Somber smithing stones. And some more smithing stones. Okay. We have beaten the dude. What if the whole place is just full of them? Oh, that feels good. You beat a Crucible Knight, the other one beat himself. That's true. Golden Centipede. Oh, what the? Where the hell did y'all come from? Oh, gosh. Where did they all come from? Right. Were they like hiding behind? Were they must have been over here or something. Oh. Whoa. Hand over the twinned armor set. But I'm supposed to be working towards wearing that. Fine. Inner order. Is that all I get? That's all I get? Aw. I thought it was gonna be something really cool. Oh. What the hell? Who is this person? I guess it could be him. Oh, god darn it. There's gonna be different keybinds for that now. Armor waste? Maybe. Can you reacquire it? You know who that is? Is it him? Is it the dude? I don't think I know who that is. Is it the guy who was murdered in the Roundtable hold? Do you have a note? Do I have a note? No? All I have is the gesture. Huh. Weird. I'm assuming it's important because you can give it to him. Ooh. Oh, you can summon him now. I'm assuming that's because you did that. Oh, I don't normally want to summon, but like, fine. D, Beholder of Death. Let's do it, man. This could be the last time we get to see this guy. So that person back there, is that you? Does Rogier give you a note? I don't think so. Oh, it's the Gargoyle. Valiant Gargoyle. What is your story, mister? You look creepy. Nice halberd. I am also a halberd guy. I see you are switching between two weapons. I am also trying that. Get him, D! He does poison. What is he doing? Why does that music sound familiar? I mean, it's been used for a lot of different... It's been used for a lot of different stuff. Wait, could I not summon him a second time? Aw. Was that it? Rip D. You could, you just ran past it? Okay. Bunch of swipes, holy crap. At least he doesn't read my healing inputs. Swipe. Ooh, we deal damage. Ooh, so does it though. Okay, it's all around it. It's all around it. Got it. Missed. Slam. Oh, no! I somehow didn't get dragged by that, actually. It's cool that he switches movesets. I dig that. This is a cool fight. Woo! The roll buffer is so extreme. Wow, he's fast when he wants to be. I like this moveset better. Oh no! I tried rolling, I missed it. Oh! There's a second one. Yo. Oh man. This is cool. I might need more than 45 minutes to beat this. That would explain why it seems squishy. How unfortunate you didn't live long enough for it to just swipe in and kill you. Would it have done that? It probably would have. Alright, we're gonna try this. I don't know if I actually care to have him in here. But we'll try it at least. Wow, damn. Yeah, get him, D. Yeah, it's just like having another thing in the arena for it to aggro onto. And thought there was gonna be a slam, but nope. Ooh, this is new. That's sick. Wow. Wonder if you can dodge all of that. Probably not. D, get out of there. Other one's here. The other one's here, but I don't know if it's even aggroed to us yet. Ouch. It takes a second to come in. But yeah, it does do a big swipe. I don't think I'm going to have him in here with us. We summoned him once or twice, though. Too good for D. I just like the fun of the game for me is learning things movesets without other entities in the arena. So I don't really want to deprive myself of the fun and challenge of this boss fight. Like even if it means getting walled for hours, I'd still rather do it. I'd still rather do it solo and learn. Oof. Creepy. Has like 3 mouths, dude. Still ashamed to see you refusing good day. I like that he's here. I'm glad I was able to give him his armor back. I think in the description for the armor, I think it... Oh, wait! I do know who that was! The description for that armor said that it's an armor that is carrying like 2 souls, and that you could give it to the other soul to like reform it someday. Like for it to reform totally into like the new, into them both again. So that's kind of what we just did. So he's probably alive somewhere, clearly, since we're summoning him. But like, we found his other half and we gave him the armor. That's cool. This is the most fair duo IMO. I haven't even gotten to see what they're like in this at the same time. That's not what I meant to do. I don't like this moveset. Oof. Even if you're going underneath him there, he still manages to get you. What duos have I done? I have done 2 Virgin Abductors duo. I've done 2 Pumpkinheads duo. What else have I done duo? I think just maybe those 2. Was there another one? Yeah, I don't like the sword attacks very much. Yeah, duo Pumpkinhead, duo Virgin Abductor. Or Virgin Abductor, excuse me. Also Rip Souls, I didn't get them that time. Duo Watchdogs? Oh yeah, we did duo Watchdogs a night or 2 ago. Oof. In comparison to the easier duos, fairest part about this one is their range is limited and there's a big old rock in the middle to cheese with. We'll see how we do. So far, the Virgin Abductors one was the worst. I have those 3. That one took a while. Alright, we gotta figure out that combo. I'm confused by his sword attacks. They're very confusing to me. Yeah. The axe moveset in the Frutus, I feel like I got down almost immediately. The sword moveset I'm confused by. Yeah, we're up against a boss Ninja Frog. It's a cool one. Oops. Oh, well. I doubt we'll actually be able to get that armor back someday, but that's okay. We'll be able to find some other cool armor to wear. That really was kind of perfect, but we would have had to... The amount we would have had to upgrade our endurance would have been just ridiculous to be able to wield that. God, that's so screwed up. I understand this attack, but that's about it. All right, let's do it. God darn it. Ouch. Other ones here. Oh, and we're switching back to sword because of course we are. Oh, I ran out of stamina. Not a good plan, running out of stamina right as the other one comes in. I still have barely seen this one. I think we can do this just fine. It's just like I gotta get better at the first one so I don't die to the first one. We should do a Soulsborne marathon until Sunbreak releases. I don't know if I'll be done with this game by then. Probably. Like, this game's huge. I guess I don't actually know how close to the end of this game I am. I don't think I'm that close. Can I help you into confirming something about the sword moveset? Yeah, if I can. Well, maybe not at this moment. Oh shoot. I was drinking right as it did that. Too early. Ow. No stamina. I gotta be careful with how much stamina those attacks take. Other ones here. Did it just? It did. Oh my god. It just killed itself. Okay. I guess. Sure. That happened twice in one night. Don't worry about it. What of it? Okay, I should have backed off instead of walking into that. It has like a buzzsaw. Oh, I see where people get the pizza cutter from now. You gonna take this W? Yeah, I was close to finishing him off. Get out of my way, dumb ghost. I don't think I will be able to, Uchi. I don't think I have enough healing left. Yeah. Wow. That's ridiculous that that can happen. They tried that to avoid that sort of thing, but a few enemies can do similar stuff. Nobody anything with jumps. Yeah. And before he falls too. That'd be really great if they both fell off. I would feel like dumpy, but also pretty... I don't know. I would feel cool if that happened to me twice in the same fight. How many souls was it worth? Actually, can we farm souls like this? It was worth 0 souls. I do not like this thing's sword moveset, man. He had like 40% left. We deal quite a bit of damage to him. Ouch. I rolled directly into that. Just fight him near the ledge. I'm not trying to repeat that. I'm just fighting it over here because this is like the more convenient area to fight, I guess. I don't know. Duo bosses drop their souls at the end no matter what, so no cheesing. Gotcha. I can't believe it did that. Yeah, we need more. We need to do some leveling up because, man, this thing costs too much darn FP. That was not worth it. I was like, I'm gonna fight through the poison. Nope. Don't fight through the poison. Love that they use scaled up versions of common Ashes of War. Is that what they do? That's cool. I didn't even see Fog's question. It got buried because I was focusing on the fight. I'm sorry, Fog. When he grabs the sword with both hands and prepares to go into the flurry of Big Slash, I think you can bait the Big Slash by moving back, but not 100% sure. Interesting. Good to know. Okay. Thank you, Fog. Too early. Feels bad, man. I keep dragging him towards the ledge. I'm not trying to do that on purpose. He's just straight up using weapon arts. I wouldn't have recognized it because I haven't played around with that many weapon arts. I think you have to move forward a bit and then back to bait the Big Slash, which is obviously easier than the flurry. Interesting. Okay, I haven't gotten to the point where I even recognized that he would double hand his sword when he was trying to do one of those. The sword movement is really throwing me off. I'm not feeling very good at recognizing it. Too slow. Yeah, I don't know how to deal with that one.
Hello, my name is Stitch. My voice is too deep now because I'm 23, but several years ago, I would have sounded right. Yeah.
That time he did the flurry, even though I was further away. Tough fight. This is cool though. I like the area that they made for this. Where is this area? Hey, we've been there now. See, for Aquaduct. Just a big cave in here behind the castle. Okay. Crazy how large of an arena they decided to give us for this. I mean, I appreciate it. This thing moves around quite a bit. I wouldn't want to be trapped up close to it at all. Gonna cheese the first one again? No. It didn't happen intentionally before, and I'm not gonna intentionally do it again. I mean, like, if it happens again, it happens again, but I'm not gonna try and do it. Yeah, the ulcerated tree roots are really rough. Their areas are so small. Yeah, Fog, I would be traumatized too. Fog chose the Stone Sword key for their starting item, which lets you go down and fight one of those literally before you even get out to the open world, and they did that. So they spent their first, like, how many hours, Fog? Like, probably 8, you said? Versing off against that ulcerated tree root as literally, like, their first enemy in the game, or at least first enemy right outside the tutorial. Sounds awful. Fog clearly a masochist? I don't think Fog knew. Man, I am so bad at this thing. They had to know going into a split path that was locked. I mean, Monty, Fog's probably played the other Souls games, but if I booted it up and my first thing was like, oh, I have a key, I can go down this way, I wouldn't know if that was the intended path or not. I mean, I might have guessed, but like, I don't know. Ouch. I gotcha. I mean, like, if I don't know anything about the game, I don't know if that's the intended path or, like, I don't know. If you don't know much about the game, you might not know just how unintended, like, just how far from the starting area's challenge that is. It's like, I'm sure they knew it was hard. How did Fog end up beating it? I don't know. I assume just learning its moveset in like a really screwed up way. Man, I really am not good at this thing's timings. You think that thing's many times harder than the Tree Sentinel? I don't know. How did you get bleed so early on, Fog? There's a second door there? Yeah. Right at the beginning, before you go out the tutorial area into the open world, there's a spot for a stone sword key. Uchigatana Samurai Starter. Wow, you start with bleed? That's nuts. Careful of spoilers, Edge. I haven't been to the Altus yet. I'd already heard about them from a coworker outside of stream, but I don't want to know anything about the Altus Plateau until I get there. Please be careful about it. Oof. How's dual wielding halberds going? Not amazing. I need to learn what you're bad you thought you'd been there. Nope. Haven't gone there at all. Since your places you've never been? I gotcha. But no, don't assume. We've really only been to Limgrave, Lernia, and then just recently we went to we've explored a tiny bit of Caelid, but I haven't gone anywhere up here. Anywhere up here. Apparently we've been to an NPC up there? Blackguard. I don't know who that could be. I didn't mean to start... I don't even know what kind of conversation we're having about the keys at the beginning. I meant to say that, like, you might not know that that's not really intended for you to do anywhere near the beginning of the game. That's all. Like, if I had started the game not having played a Souls game before and encountered that, I really might not have known that that was really far outside the sort of intended path. Seeing as it's there and you can unlock it. No stab? Swipe. Slash, stab. There it is. Oh, that. Too slow. I'm not feeling like this is going to be a clear tonight. I'm not feeling very good at the game at the moment. Yeah, we're not finishing this one. Ah! I think this guy reads your heal inputs too, honestly. That or he just chooses inputs that are the stab consistently with when I'm healing, but it feels like he comes after us with that stab pretty frequently. Alright. Let me try and focus in on dodging this sword mode moveset. It's definitely the thing that's giving me the most problems right now. Oh, that's annoying. I should pepper him back with ranged when he does that. Too early. Way too early. Too late. That's the thing you like, even when you're dying, you're still learning. I think it's taking me a moment to actually start picking up on some of the sword mode's tells here. It's definitely taking me some time. I feel like my brain is not grabbing some of those details of these guys' movesets super quickly. We're trying, though. Cool boss fight. Yeah, that's the thing, is like it's tough to want to try and really focus on some of the grounded movesets when the jump attacks do so much. Ow. I'm so bad at dodging that stab, man. Yeah, it feels hard to focus on learning some other parts of the moveset and how to use them optimally when you can just jump and really deal a lot of damage that way, with a lot less commitment than charging heavy attacks. Yeah, exactly, Fog. It's the fact that it does so much posture damage, even though it's not a charged heavy, is really what does it too. Here comes the second one. Damn. Yeah, you gotta dodge behind it or else you're toast there. Well, we got to the second one again. I don't know how we're gonna deal with these two at the same time. And I know I can't. Right now, I'm basically just fighting with the dual halberd moveset. And I know I have to get used to attacking with both. Or attacking with like both the actual single halberd moveset and the double halberd moveset when it makes sense to. It's just like hard to know when that is, to be honest with you. I suddenly have so many more attacks at my disposal than I had before. too early. That move's really slow. Ouch. It does this so much, man. I really don't like fighting it over here. We gotta get out of this corner. I don't like fighting it with the slopes. Where is the other one? It's here somewhere. I'm not trying to, I swear. Here it comes. And we're dead. Oh, it would have used that move, really. That was its opening move, was the giant whirlwind. Think you can break their posture with 4 jumping attacks? Almost 3 for you? You think I can? I haven't gotten a riposte yet. It's hard. It feels like every time I'm actually getting good damage on it, it's like, oh, it's time to do the poison move. It's like, oh, okay. I guess it is. Like, what a jerk, man. Backs up that far for that attack, too. I screwed up the roll, it backed up so far. You mean it's almost 3 AM for me? Oh, almost 3 for you. I think you can break their posture attacks, or posture with 4 jumping attacks. Almost 3 for me. Yeah, it's just about 3 in the morning. I'll be going to bed soon. I don't think this is going to be a tonight kind of clear. Not unless we want to keep going for at least another half an hour. Or hear you out if they both eat off a cliff. I would find that so unfun if that happened. See, like every time I get like 2 attacks on it, it's like, haha, poison breath. And then it goes, aha, he's menuing to select a spell. Let me do this flurry instead. Yeah, going for the spell isn't worth it. We don't have that much. Like, I'd have to already have the spell ready to back up and then charge it up and fire it for good damage. Not worth going for. Not worth going for. With Bloodhound, Greatsword was so easy to break their posture. I haven't really been breaking things postures often with bosses. Not until like right around when I'm ready for a clear. Once I'm ready for a clear, then it seems like I'm good enough at dealing damage consistently to do it. This is not what I wanted to do at all. Wow. Nice. Just kill me. I want to restart. Thank you. I forgot to go back to the two-handed moveset. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if the power stance feels worth it. It's like... choosing to not only abuse jumpings. I mean, I don't know. I've been using a lot of jump attacks in a lot of fights recently. More than charge. Like, I don't know when the last fight was that I really relied more on charged heavies than jump attacks. I feel like I've done more jump attacks than anything. Ever since starting to use the halberds. Nope, we're gonna get hit. Really? Oh my god. You mainly use L1s? I mean, that's just tonight. Most of the time I've been using jump heavies, and they have not gotten us posture breaks. Like, up until tonight, we have mostly been using jump R2s, like, all the time as like our default move. Let's go, come on. Stop, man, I hate that attack so much. What a time waster. We're gonna have to fight these things unlocked, aren't we? That's messed up. Wait, what? Oh, that one's goes in a line. Okay, gotcha. I understand now. Got it. I was like, why would you choose to do that when I'm halfway across the area? That's why. Because it actually hit me. This fight is clearly a nod to Dark Souls 1. Why so? Are there gargoyles in that game? Oh yeah, there are. There are gargoyles on like a rooftop early in that game, aren't there? Ouch, wow. It doesn't often do that run away, turn around swipe when you're underneath it like that. It's not also spoiled Dark Souls 1. I'm okay if somebody mentions it. I don't mind asking about it. That happens on a rooftop pretty early into the game, yeah? I remember seeing footage of that before. Screw the stab, dude. The stab is easily the thing that's giving me the most trouble. There must be a specific tell for that move that I'm missing. This is hard. This would definitely be a lot easier with a second entity to draw aggro off the first one. God, the camera though. try Hot Pocket. Yeah, this is proving pretty tough. That's gonna spawn the second one, isn't it? God darn it, I was too busy worrying about the second one. Yeah, there he is too. That move is so obnoxious. I really wish they didn't have that freaking poison breath. What was the plan for tonight before you found this? I mean, we were just exploring. We did some exploring in Caelid, and then we did some exploring down here. We found this like 45 minutes ago. We haven't been on this the whole night or anything. Kind of hard to plan things to do in this game. That's been the joke recently, yeah. Cool. Yes, please. We would love the axe moveset instead. Thank you. Yeah, I think I should go to sleep. We'll get this probably the next time we try it, though. Oh, I think if we come back and do this tomorrow night, we'll probably be able to clear them. At least hopefully. Clearing those Crucibel nights was fun. Alright. I'm going to bed, you guys. If it was anyone's first time here, I'm Ristretto. I'm going to be slowly working my way through this game for quite a long time. So you can feel free to leave a follow if you'd like to watch some more. We do have a Discord and a YouTube and a Twitter, so you can watch VODs, chat with us while I'm not online on stream here, and also know when we go live. The last thing I'm going to do before going to bed and getting some rest is I'm going to raid someone on Twitch who's playing this game. How long are you trying this? Like 45 minutes? I'm just tired. I'm not feeling like... I don't know. I was slowly starting to pick up some of those sword mode movements, and I think the axe mode was pretty easy to pick up on, but I'm tired enough that I was goofing or missing some of the dodges pretty consistently. So I think some rest will do me good. I'll come back tomorrow and we'll try it some more. It's okay to not clear it in like the first 45 minutes. We spent like 3 hours on Redan the other night, and that was fun. I'm hoping this still feels fun after 3 hours, if we're stuck on it that long. I think we're going to raid Herney. Herney is also streaming Elden Ring, and their streams are usually a great time. I have no idea what they're up to. Good call, Ninja Frog. Rise CB all over again? What? What are you talking about? Herney's still going. How long have they been going for? Probably a while. In any case, I hope you guys enjoy Herney's stream. Their stream is always a really nice time. They are a great monster hunter. I'm assuming they're probably enjoying this game. I think this game is also their first Souls game, so feel free and check them out, see how their journey's going. I'll be back tomorrow night with some more of this game. Until then, I hope you guys have a nice night or a good day, whatever time it is where you guys are, and cheers. I'll see you guys next time. Good night.